getting some parts of iron today. So just give it a few moments while I check and make sure all of our different sources are here and going. It looks good. That's live. We're going to skip a non-existent ad in a few seconds. It says close ad. Not there. All right. All right. Hello, everyone. Let's let dramatic. Okay. We have enough both. Depends on who we want to get, but cost. Marine logistics specialist, army regrouping expert. Those are the two that I want. I think have the most. Army regrouping, which okay, that yeah, it has command group current ruling parties. That wouldn't be it now. This guy here. Army leaders, completed focus army leaders. Let's see what, where army leaders 70 days. Okay, so it'll be a while before. So maybe we don't wait. East generation chance, naval AA attack. Ships armor attack. Submarine specialist, tactical bombing. Yeah, I guess that could be good. And irregulars, no thank you. Abandoned naval treaty, I don't think at the moment. Oh, do. Negro, yeah. I don't think we'll do that at the moment. Manage the Italian occupation. We have a mission, I believe, still going on. Industrial research, there we are, as advanced machine tools. And I believe we're not currently researching that. Okay, but in 2 days we will start. That's right. Good that I remember to look that up. Right. Okay. Well, doctrine available air naval doctrines. Well, I guess so. There's no real choice, and we still have points left over. And here, okay, so convoy sailing. Naval bonuses. Destroyer sub-detection improved. Battle fleet concentration. And submarine. Well, I probably have one of these at this low price here, 50% off. Well, I guess I like getting supplies to North Africa, so let's go with that. There we go. let's make an episode. Yes, boys and girls, we're going to make an episode. Welcome, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745, and we're playing Hearts of Iron, Wars by Blood Alone DLC. And we're, of course, playing as Italy. Are we ready for the war yet? No. But we're still just at the beginning of 1939. We can probably at least wait until summer of 1940. I think there'll be too many pitchforks out if I don't get the war going on by then. But we have lots of war support and lots of stability, fairly big manpower. I don't know really how that does for Italy in this current game. Lots of factories, not enough though. Okay, political power, good. And hello, Chris Kraz, how you doing? Okay, support weapons. Like I said, what we need to do now is come over, go to the industry, and we need to do advanced machine tools. We have currently, in my opinion, an incredibly small Italian army. There's a lot of forces down here. Death of the Pope. Pope Pio XI passed away after leading the Catholic Church for almost 20 years during his turn as Pontifex Maximus. Pio XI ended the long branch between the papacy, or ended the long breach, breach between the papacy and the Italian government, and was critical in establishing the Vatican as an independent state once again. Okay, there's a couple of things here. Gamer likes to talk about history. I hope you guys like listening to it. Now, I know so many of the players here are EU and Vicky players and, you know, CK players, so they all know about the Papal States, but I think, well, no, probably living memory, more or less, the unification wars are gone by this time. But there obviously was a situation in which Italy was not a unified state. I really, in my opinion, I mean, you know, people can have their own opinions and based on what, you know, they know and understand, but really, in my opinion, the idea of a unified state for something like Italy and Germany only come about because of the French Revolution, the idea of nationalism. Now, prior to the unification of Italy, down here, sort of the Kingdom of Naples or the Kingdom of Two Sicilies or whatever it was various called, and had slightly different borders. And at one time, I think there were 4 Sicilies because there were 2 kingdoms of Two Sicilies. One was, well, this whole thing had been for quite some time a Bourbon state. And I don't mean the American drinking whiskey, I mean the Bourbon, and I'm saying it probably more correctly, monarchy, which starts out in France, I think replaces the Valois, but I'm not sure right offhand. They, then the Habsburgs lose because of Maria Theresa becoming the Habsburg heir. Their starts, I know we were just talking about this, but we've gone back to this period. There becomes a major European war over the succession of Habsburg states. And Britain, particularly, does not want to see the Bourbon monarchy ruling the Habsburg states. Makes it too powerful. Britain's imperial power. Hi, Corporal Grevna. I'll read that in a moment. You have 5 questions. Okay. Well, I'll get to them. And I will answer as best I can. Britain's policy, and I would even say possibly to this day, and maybe why they went into the European common market at the time, maybe the reason why they've left the EU in a way, though most of the policymakers wanted to stay in, it was the people that wanted out, is a divided Europe. They shifted their alliances to try to keep Europe from coming under one power too much. Now we're going back to the time of Queen Elizabeth. It was definitely an anti-Habsburg notion. Later on, you get you get partially aligned in such a way so that because of religion, aligning with Frederick, or Prussia and Frederick the Great. But that's also to keep, again, the Habsburgs from controlling too much of Central Europe, power balance kind of thing. And they've had this policy. Well, France is winning the war. Britain is marching around. This is in I think right around 1720s, probably a little off on the dates there, but it's finally decided that the Bourbon monarchy can succeed the Habsburg monarchy in the sort of western part of Europe, and of course in most of what we call Latin America, Brazil being the main part that wasn't. It was Portuguese, and also at this time Britain is picking up, I think, Jamaica, but they're picking up a few pieces out here. But so long as it isn't the same king in both thrones, so the Bourbon monarchy sort of splits. Well, and the Habsburgs stay in power here in the east. Maria Theresa continues their power there. Well, now we're getting back to Italy. So another branch of the Bourbons become kings down here in the sort of King of Naples or the Kingdom of Two Sicilies. And you got to say, hey, Rhaegar. Yeah, I know, I haven't seen you around. I figured you had other things to do on Saturdays. It's sort of a foreign monarchy, but I don't know that the people really noticed. And with the coming of the French Revolutionary Wars and the later sort of Napoleonic follow-on wars, the Bourbon king eventually flees down to Palermo, actually. And he is supported by Admiral Nelson of the British Navy that keeps Sicily free of, French troops because they're ruling the seas. And Napoleon is why, get back to why there were two kingdoms of two Sicilies. Napoleon installs, I forget which marshal for a while, down here as, and then I think his brother, before he installs his brother later on the Spanish throne, but that's just conjecture, I forget. I'll get back to that. I mean, like another unimportant stuff, but didn't have time to finish. Yeah, I hear you. You're supposed to, like, I don't know, get this as a, wireless podcast going in your home so that you can do all that work while at least listening to me meander through history talking about things. So that's why there were two kingdom of two Sicilies, because both claimed the throne, both ruled about half the country or whatever. But so that was a Bourbon monarchy in the south. By that time, Austria directly controlled a lot of territory up here, including, through until World War One, territory like up in here basically, and out here, indirectly controlling a few more states in here. The Kingdom of Savoy, I think, was maybe sort of an Austrian puppet, and there were a bunch of different puppets, but also there was the Papal States in here that, for its time, pre the French Revolution, maybe somewhat of a nationalistic thing, because religion was something of a nationalistic identity within Italy at the time. So with Garibaldi, and he's the main leading general, who installs the I think it was the Savoy monarchy, the Victor Emmanuel family onto the throne in Italy. So this is a recent thing. Now, both being the Papal States as well as being a major landowner, and I won't go into all the reasons why people in their wills often granted land to the church, and whether it was, sort of the Catholic Church or granting it to, say, a monastic order or whatever, the church, as well as owning, in essence, church buildings, was owning land. And because in the West, the church was sort of above the state, where in Eastern Orthodox, or in Orthodox, maybe not necessarily in Eastern, but in the East, the Orthodox, the church was below the state as a organization. Sort of kind of gave them extraterritoriality. So if the church owned a farm, well, that was the church's land, not whatever local prince's land, as opposed to being part of the prince's land, and the church would have to, say, pay taxes on that land. So basically all of that territory goes away, though, as they say, Pio here negotiates so that Vatican City does have its own territoriality, its own state within it. They also negotiate, there's other points, and I don't know them all. The other points, but one of the major points is negotiate with Mussolini that primary education up to a certain age, and I don't know exactly the age, maybe it's just what we think of as elementary school, but is going to be run by the Catholic Church in Italy. So basically a state church education system. Mussolini doesn't like this, because Mussolini wants to control the education of the youth, because that's when you indoctrinate them. Yeah, I'll go there. I don't know how much people around realize, but the sort of groomer hashtag that people talk about with teachers and other people, and I'm not going to go into some of the aspects that they're talking about groomers, but teachers are, in essence, groomers. Okay, teachers are groomers, not necessarily in the negative way it was being used. Remember, Socrates is put to death by the democratic Athens for corruption of the youth. Okay, Socrates is put to death. Now, he commits suicide because he is told that he is exiled from Athens, the sort of, not just the city, but the city-state of Athens, or they will, execute him, kind of thing, and he takes hemlock and kills himself. And there's sort of the death scene of Socrates, which they think is accurate, or more or less accurate, as recorded by Plato, who was in attendance, by all accounts, at his death, meaning it was sort of held as a public ceremony as sort of a state of protest. So remember that democracy killed Socrates. It was voted on in the assembly. You had to vote. It wasn't like a trial. It was a trial sort of the government. To vote to exile somebody from Athens. And you had to be a sort of a powerful person to get exiled. So he chose death over exile, but so put to death by the state of Athens. They say hemlock is supposedly painless, just sort of numbs you out as you slowly die. Teachers are groomers, and Hitler knows this as well, and that's why he insists upon destroying, and I know I've talked about this before, and I'm sure I will sometime in the future, but not today, the different states of education in National Socialist Germany. But Hitler insists upon getting rid of religious studies, religious schools within Germany. But this is not what happens. The Catholic Church controls the youth minds in the earliest formative days. That's part of the settlement. Now, the other very interesting thing, and we're going to go very far back, is the continuity of Western culture. It is something that Western culture is right now, for various reasons, again, I'm not going to go into them, is under threat. Hell, it's been under threat most of my life, and the idea of global thermal nuclear war going off and destroying not everybody on the planet or anything like that, but destroying a great many millions of lives, and in essence destroying Western culture, most likely, because that would have been the target zone. So it's under threat. But it goes back to this title, Pontifex Maximus. That is, in essence, it is a religious title. It's like Great Father or Highest Father or whatever, however. And remember, Latin culture is a patriarchy. Hey, Ari, just talking about Catholic things, nothing you'd be interested in, and I'm sure. And so it's an ancient Roman title that was an elected office. One of the holders of Pontifex Maximus was anybody? Yes, Gaius Julius Caesar was one of the holders of Pontifex Maximus, and it was an elected title, and it was a person who wasn't necessarily thought to be any great religious person. It was just a person who needed a certain amount of pietas. Yes, of course, and yes, you knew I was being sarcastic there, Ari. To do the official ceremonies of the state for Rome, so it was, again, a certain amount of pietas. I'm using the particular word in its proper meaning. And not like the head, or really thought to be the head of the organizing element of the Roman religion. It was sort of a fragmented religion, if you will, back then. But this title, eventually the popes take as Christianity comes in, and so it is. I'm not going to say it's an unbroken lineage to Julius Caesar and very well before him, but it is something of a continuous title, and I would say the oldest title in, if not the world, that, like I said, because of various barbarian invasions, I'm not saying that because they talk about the sort of quote unquote the first pope of the Christian churches, sort of St. Peter or whatever. There was a Pontifex Maximus at that point, and for hundreds of years on, that was a pagan. But at some point it shifts over. The institutions of learning that are sort of absorbed, those that continue to exist, are absorbed by the Catholic Church. So in essence, a fragment of ancient Rome as a governing institution in Western culture still exists to this day. Um, and so that is important to note that he does here. Now I guess I'm blanking on his. Is it Pope Julius? Warrior Pope? I don't know. No, I forget the Pope that succeeds him. Oh well, there's now becomes the new Pope. I don't think Pio. Is that Pio mit burning sunder or surge with burning concern? You know about the Nazis. Okay. Corporal Grevna has 5 questions for what's your favorite music? I would say hard rock. I mean, some heavy metal, cool, and some, sort of classic 50s rock and whatever in between. And sure, I like a few pop songs here and there, but it's sort of what would normally be sort of at core is sort of hard rock. And a little bit harder at times, a little bit softer at times, and whatnot. My favorite DJ is Dr. Johnny Fever from the old WKRP in Cincinnati TV series. What is my favorite hobby? Well, probably be war games in one fashion or another. Nowadays, it's computers as opposed to either. I mean, way back when I was a kid, it was either HO scale plastic tanks or what the micro armor 1/226th or whatever little lead tanks kind of things. World War II mostly. But yeah, playing soldier, if you will, is that. How old am I? I won't give specific age just for various internet security things, but I've seen more than half a century. So I'm more than half a century old. Just give you a general idea there. What is your favorite color? Quite honestly, I really don't have a favorite color. I mean, I could pick something, but I don't know. I like British racing green. I don't know if that would quite count as favorite, but it's sort of a that dark green. 5. What is your favorite game? Well, what I'm playing right now, the most hours of, is War Thunder, if that's what you're talking about. Strategy war game right now probably would be Hearts of Iron 3 with Black Ice, though however frustrated I am with things at the moment with it. But yeah, in the olden days it was Avalon Hill's Third Reich. Just various. Hopefully that gives you a more or less answers to your questions. Well, that's okay. Favorite Pope Julius is Julius marched his army and everything. Okay. What do you think of the DLC? I mean, I've definitely played it for a while now. Yeah, I think Pio is meant to be pronounced Pius. Ah, okay. So, because I'm used to seeing Pope Pius. That's right. Now they say, okay, Pope Pio is the Italian. Okay, thank you, Ari. So that's Pius. They go from Pius, whatever, Pius the 11th to Pius 12th or whatever that was. Okay, thank you, Ari. Ari is sort of somewhat knowledgeable on this topic and helps me out there. Very good, Ari. Yeah, it's Pope Pius. Now that I read it, that's with burning concern, and I don't know which Pope Pius it would have been. I think it happened before this. I think it was in 38 or something. So it was the one that just died, I guess. Is maybe it did sort of beware of Nazism kind of thing. And Nazism is definitely anti-Christian at its core. Whatever else it may be, it is anti-Christian at its core. Right. Okay, so enough history. Let's get back to some gameplay. And yeah, I know people talk about, and they're not wrong entirely, about the idea of, oh, I wanted to build, yes, now that we have this here, let's see. What am I not done? Okay, no, this will, oh no. There we go. That's what I want to do. Just simple like that. I wanted to connect this railway into here. We do have some local supply source down here. Not very much, but something. And we're going to try to withdraw a lot of our better units from here. Before the war starts, we're sort of like using them as occupation. Hopefully they're reducing resistance. We do have a fair amount of resistance here, but not hopefully too huge. But we're getting more and more compliance. I hope that's a good balance. Oh, and do we... Okay, we're already done with that bit of rail. Okay, does that here. Oh. Get our supply. We can see here from infrastructure, from population, from victory points. The next one posts often talk badly about and is given a good connection to Italian fascists, but I'm not 100% certain on the issue. In the position he was in, would be foolish to talk badly about Italy and fascism because he could have easily just been arrested or kicked off. I mean, I don't think he would have been arrested or kicked off. At least that would be my most of what I've read about him. He strongly hated communism and did actively encourage fighting against it. In my opinion, the reason today fascism has such a bad name, and I'm not trying to advocate it for it, people, so don't take what I'm saying as some sort of endorsement, because I'm not a totalitarianism type person. But the main reason I think fascism has such a bad name today is that liberty-minded and traditional people of the West and the radical left both dislike it, so that you can find people that can hold a job. You know, if I was a school teacher, and if I said something that, if I was, again, I'm trying to, because I don't want something to put up. If what they said, if I said I was a fascist and I was a school teacher, I probably wouldn't last, even if I was tenured, I probably wouldn't last a week in the job. Now, they have what they sort of call rubber rooms in New York City for where they put a handful of school teachers, which they can't literally fire, but they're literally won't allow them near children anymore. So they show up every day and they sit in a classroom somewhere because they refuse to be fired, and they can't fire them, but or they're going through the long process of trying to fire them. But I wouldn't last, and so I might be able to struggle that way, but I wouldn't last a week as a teacher in the United States if I came out and said that I was such a thing. But if I said I was a communist, no one would bat an eye. Now, saved a nice graphic that talked about 20th century murder Olympics or whatever, and the top person who won it was, of course, Mao Zedong. Number 2 was Stalin, and number 3 was Hitler. So, killing the most people in the 20th century. So how can you have, an ideology that, Pol Pot and others espoused and be able to teach our youth? As I talked about earlier, teachers are groomers, depending on what they're trying to groom them to. Be good little communists, maybe have nothing to do with other bad things, but teachers are groomers by definition, by idea. So prior to Italy coming into World War II, especially the American left was somewhat fascinated by fascist ideas. Not in America, really. I mean, there was the Silver Legion, but I'm not even talking about them. I'm talking about, the Democratic Party. Not in the idea of putting on black shirts and doing, straight arm marching around in uniform kind of thing, but just sort of something that wasn't communism, but was sort of corporatism. And I don't mean corporate as in business, but as in the body politics. So, and I think a lot of people, not me, like I say, a lot of people that would be on the left in America today, again, wouldn't be a complete totalitarianism, and wouldn't want to dress up in, black shirts and whatnot. But probably their belief structure is probably closer to fascist than it would be to true socialism or true communism, because they believe, big rich guy can own Amazon or something like that, fine, but he must pay living wages, he must be green, he must be this, he must be that. Basically, and it's not the exact program that Mussolini would have had, but it's sort of state control, state managed what's the word I'm looking for? State managed economies would be. Not capitalism, in that you sort of in essence giving a license to, yes, Amazon to be the delivery company. Yes, Ari is known for his ability to do walls of text. I will quickly get to some of the stuff. So, and so that they don't necessarily, they'll rail against capitalism, and that because it exploits, as they see it, it exploits the worker, it exploits the person. But they won't go so far necessarily. Some obviously will, but won't go so far as to say entirely the idea of private ownership. But it's no longer actually private ownership. It's sort of a mix of state and private control. And so control is sort of ownership, if you will, of economies. So, yeah, you very well may have a pope that is not anti-fascist and might like certain elements, feeding the poor. Mussolini's Italy, of course, does not want destitute poor, and like the current pope, would very much praise public-private, as they might say, partnerships to make sure that all the poor are fed. So that a lot of people, if they could admit it or could see it themselves, would not be entirely anti-fascist. Now, I'm more of a conservatarian, something conservative, somewhat libertarian, not to extremes, because libertarians go too far, but sort of liberty-minded conservative. Fascism doesn't really appeal to me, but I can see how it does appeal to people, where the left doesn't like it because it doesn't go revolutionary enough, and it's also hyper-nationalistic and willing to make compromises with the traditional, which they want to tear down. Let me just quickly skim, speaking of The subject about the church, they made their own Protestant. Yeah, basically, no. The attempt at a Nazi Protestant church fails early on, and more or less disappears, and there's just a few sort of religious figures that, and I mean just literally a handful of them, that sort of stay there, but that gets ignored pretty quickly. It's an attempt to co-opt Christianity into Nazism, and that fails very early on. Made it mandatory for churches to follow. No, they didn't. It doesn't. It doesn't happen, Ari. That is an attempt, and it is a continued slur against the German Protestant churches that they went along with it. That is very much not true. You can, there is the whole, I'm blanking on it. Bonhoeffer was very much in charge of it, or not in charge, because it's Protestant, it's decentralized, but very much leading thinker in the Protestant churches, and that they're very anti-Nazi, as much as the Catholic Church, but in a different way. So no, that is a slur against the Protestant churches of Germany, Harry. I know you have your viewpoints and whatnot, and you hear these things, but you're repeating a slur that I would say by about 1936 that co-option, corruption, however you want to call it, movement of the Protestant Church is over. And the Nazis have more or less forgotten about it. Yeah, there's a few remnant elements through to the end of the regime, but it's basically gone. Also have often stated that if you took a communist and placed him in a fascist society, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference other than traditional things. Yeah, there's a lot of similarities, but there's a lot of differences. Communism, communism wants everyone equally poor, where fascism will allow some people to be rich so long as, and I want to use a different word here, so long as the least wealthy in society are minimally well off and not destitute poor, not where am I going to get my next meal, I don't have a job. No, in a fascist state, everyone will have a meal. Everyone will have some sort of reasonably clean, if they can achieve their goal. I'm saying if they can achieve their goal. And more or less Italy is doing this and whatnot. But everyone will have a reasonably decent place to live, and everybody will have a job, and everyone will have a decent meal, of decent calorie intake. But they'll be sitting there eating their pasta, cheap pasta on a lunch break as a Alfa Romeo sports car drives by, and they won't have enough money, unlike say in National Socialist Germany, which are trying to get everybody to have every family, shall we say, to have like a Volkswagen or something. They'll be without having the idea of ever owning a car. They'll be taking public transport, that kind of thing. So there'll be lower levels of society, but they'll be enough that they won't overly complain about their status in society, even though there's the truly wealthy flitting about, because no one is like, I need food, I need shelter kind of starving. So that would be sort of my, because it is a socialist thing, fascism, and they will take things out, but it isn't a leveling socialism. And Mussolini tried to make himself part of the Holy Family and tied himself to God to make himself a cult-like figure, which is little known by a lot. Well, I don't know enough where he actually did that. So I guess I don't I'm not saying that's wrong, but I don't see it. Okay, so we have some I think unless things go better and we take out the Suez, we might do that. But I don't know that I will in this playthrough. I think ultimately Ethiopia is a lost cause to hold it. We'll leave some troops down here, we'll contest it, but so I don't know, and there will be some more national focuses to improve things. Well, let's go back to this. Looking at the state of the railways here. I see they're moving supplies up this way instead of along here. So let's and click here. It's level 2 up to there. Hopefully that works out right. I don't know. But we'll do this. Okay. North railways. Years and years ago, I watched a no, that's not what I want. This I think I should be building more, training more divisions, infantry that is. There may be another light tank division. Okay, so let's get these things going. A really good sort of mini series starring George C. Scott, he who famously played Patton as Mussolini. I would say that would be a here. There we go. Let's. We're going to no. Hopefully we'll have enough supplies for that. Don't know if it's what it was on television way back when, so I don't know what it's how easy it is to get and see today, but something I would sort of kind of recommend.
Formazione.
Okay.
Sì, signore.
That British operative. Okay.
Pronto. Avanzate. Formazione.
And you go under here.
Formazione.
I was sending you by rail. I guess I wasn't. Okay, so now, notice now we no longer have ships supplying up to here, so that is good. Okay, we have lots of supplies coming up there. So increase the supply or rail. The Panay incident, Japan bombed some river ships almost. The Yangtze is very navigable, very big. Hey Arno, good to have you here, my friend. Okay. Not that it's useless to build more civilian factories, but I think it's time to focus a little bit more on the military factories. And Arno over on YouTube and Facebook, very good. Okay, so we have a somewhat well-defended line against the French. Depending on how things go, they may be able to, if we go to war there, push in on France. We have no defenses here, really, just a division there. We have a couple of divisions down here, but they're not even holding that border terribly much, which is okay because we'll control when we go to war down there. So how have you been, Arno? Okay, railway innovations. Civilian factory there. Radars around. Days. I think investments in Edison. Look for details. I want to read about it. Italy boasted the very first power plant in Europe and has always been in the forefront of technology. Okay. With an investment in the Edison company, we can ensure that we remain in the lead. Okay, so consumer goods down by 5% and 2 civilian factories. Okay, that looks good. Well, I'm doing very good, and very good to hear. Do we have, we're getting, well, we're working on research. Okay, 95 days. That has, we should get at least the first part of that done. I don't know if there's other elements. Mostly recruitable population votes. Yeah, no, I don't think I want to do Reich Protectorate, if you will, there. Okay, claim them on now. Just looking to see. No, nothing I think I really particularly want to do. Well, I've started the new YouTube channel. It's called Crisis Report, and I've so far just a few postings on dealing with stuff going on in Crimea, Ukraine too, but really sort of actually been focusing last two on Crimea. Well, no, the first one was more on Russian recruitment. The other one was the Kerch Strait Bridge. So that was the big thing I've been working on this last week. Okay, well, I want to keep these episodes from getting too long. I know I talked a bunch, but I want to thank you all for making it this far into the video. If you haven't already, please, of course, lick the like button. And if you haven't subscribed yet, please smash the subscribe button. They're no longer red, I noticed. But, and of course, post your questions, comments, tips, suggestions. See you next time for, yes, more, even more Hearts of Iron. And don't worry, guys, we're going to keep going with the live stream, but I'm going to go grab a Coke and be right back. You've seen it? Oh, great. You subscribed to it? Great, Arna. I got to come up with some artwork for it. I haven't figured out exactly what I want to even sort of theme-wise do, but that's still stuff to do for that channel. What is Ragar saying? Cocaine addiction. That's Zelensky. No, just Coca-Cola. No cocaine. I'm not that of an exciting person. To be hyped up on cocaine. They talk a lot, but fast. I just talk a lot, but slow. All right. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745, and of course we're playing Hearts of Iron, Force by Blood Alone DLC, and we're playing as Italy. And are we ready for World War II yet? No, but neither was Italy, so that's going as historical, which may mean we go as historical too and lose. Okay, more military factories. I want to start producing anti-tank guns. See if we can get some of those. I know we don't have enough of that. Okay, well. Okay, one more civilian factory there, because what we're going to do here is trade for one more titanium, and let's trade with Portugal for now. Again, I would like this to be more granular and I would just double the number of factories, maybe half, have the amount they produce, just so that you could get 4 tungsten for a factory instead of equaling 8 when I don't need it. That's what I mean by more granular, in that I would rather have it as that. Now I want our resources is we still okay, so we're bringing in some, we got some rubber now for us here. Okay, we have because you know we have 5 extra rubber. That means we'd be -3 on rubber. We're still bringing up some. Okay, we'll let this go because I would love to get rid of, you know, one factory here. With our meager amounts of rubber. Unfortunately, we don't stockpile, so. There's so much good in this. Well, I forget who. Sorry, I do try to remember names and what people comment. But they said they really love the building up to the war with this game and building all of the stuff, but didn't like the actual wars themselves. And I sort of get that here. Okay, so synthetic resource output. Yes, that would be good. But factory construction speed, I think we'll go first because we don't need this just yet, but it will be a thing useful to replace when we can't bring in the rubber down here. Hello, Inshed. Well, very good. YouTube did something good. It got it out there. Hello, Inshid. I'm Gamer1745. I like to play Hearts of Iron, both 3 and 4. So if you haven't already, please hit the subscribe button. There's lots and lots of videos if you're interested in the game. I'm not the best player, but hopefully interesting to watch. I like to talk about history while playing. Maybe a bit too much, but... Okay, now we're going to go back to building. Well, let's take a quick look. Okay. I am very, very pleased that they've gotten rid of entire, or not, it's no longer just hit button, wait 70 days, get event. Now it's, some of them are 35 days, so you can do a little better. And I know some of these aren't meant. Well, some of them are meant to take you down different paths than historical. Excuse me. Others are meant to be choices, and sometimes, like here, this or this. You know, you can't do both. Sometimes it's meant for, you know, what do you want to? You want to focus on building up your industry, or you want to focus on building up, you know, your premier army kind of thing. So we get us a military factory, self-propelled guns, 70 days. Yeah, this is where I'm short. Okay, so we've got the fuel silos. Just looking here. Lots of coastal forts and naval bases overseas, which don't know how good. Naval bases would help supply, but coastal forts would help defend, but not so much from the land, I don't think. Okay. Sort of answered my question, and we're getting sort of full up on fuel. So what I want to do is build a couple of fuel silos. We can put one here and one here. So that we can store up fuel for when we may not be able to necessarily get it. Uh-oh. Yeah. Okay. This. We have our operatives, and maybe that's... I don't necessarily also play the... I'm a spy master. You need to have agency, defense, roots out, resistance. 5 for 30 days. Resistance map. Okay, these guys have gotten it down. Oh. Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact already in June. Well, that's a bit early. Okay, concentrated in it. Industry, good. This area looks like to be more resistance. So, got resistance up there. And he's still sort of in the capital area here. Still 16%. Okay. We want to keep that going. All right. So we just got concentrated industry, which helps factory output. Let's do this to help our worker. Oh, the investment in Edison is almost up. Okay, so that was here, which 2 more civilian factories in Lombardia. Okay, Libyan oil refineries, which will give me 2 synthetic refineries. And oil production in Benghazi. 35 days. Additional research slots, 78 days. That's damn tempting too. That's where I was going with that. Yeah, might as well get this done early. Always do things like research. If you're gonna do them early.
Pronto all'azione.
Don't let it delay too long.
Pronto, signore. Comandi.
Him in there.
Pronto all'azione.
Him in there. Now, let's see. Armor officer and war hero. I think that's what we want to do here. Giovanni Messe, and yes, he was sort of the armor leader of Italy. That will help us face off against the British. Effect.
Sì, signore.
These guys also come under him, and we'll put them there.
Comandi. Formazione.
Okay, well, I think it's time to start withdrawing some of the better forces from Ethiopia.
Comandi.
Want some forces to be able to push into
Ordini. Ordini. Ordini.
Tunisia, into French North Africa. We can look here, and I love the way they're doing this stuff. Decent supply over here. Okay-ish supply here too. But it's going to get bad out there, and we don't want huge armies. I also think we should. Now, I do wish we could go to smaller than 100. Oh, we should stop all of that activity by burning up oil that we didn't need to burn up. Or fuel, I should say, yes. Anti-partisan, good.
Comandi.
Intelligence service expansion, expand the intelligence service, good. There will be attached to different divisions. Advanced machine tools, great technological innovations. The advertised technological leap the fascist system could make has paid off. Mussolini has not hesitated to exhibit the innovations produced under his leadership. The message is as much about fascism as it is about Mussolini and his vision for Italy. Whether this will rally and unify the Italians in the way that the Duce had hoped for will remain to be seen. Okay, so we get some political power bonus and some research bonus for other things. Okay. Nice to have the research bonus. Right. Well, we are cranking up that, so I think we want to get that done fast.
Attento.
Yes, potato. Computing machines. Good.
Pronto all'azione. Avanzate.
Way there, so we'll put you on trains.
Sì, signore.
I don't know how much this will hurt
Avanzate.
my anti-partisan activities, but we
Attento.
want to get the good divisions out. Yes, potato. Whatever
Avanzate.
that means.
Pronto all'azione. Avanzate!
And more research. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm just more of a structuralist first. Yeah, I don't need a whole year to just get that. Well, let's use this and get this done. And, okay, another fuel tank to store silo. Down here. And the factory here in Istria.
Pronto, signore.
Okay, well now we have any good divisions left? Well, these three are also going to leave, so not really. It looks like okay. Let's move them here.
Pronto, signore.
Okay, trickster, mountaineer, almost done. Okay,
Pronto all'azione.
these we will unassign from him. We don't want
Pronto, signore. Pronto all'azione.
to command those. These will also unassign from him. Okay, but we want to leave him in command of something here. So he's going to get that division.
Pronto.
These two will go to him.
Formazione. Formazione. Ordini.
Okay, well. To hold everything is to hold nothing. But let's see what we can see about holding here with our limited forces. What the hell? How come they're British here in... This is a heavy British occupation. British and French are here. Okay, well that isn't good.
Pronto all'azione. Attento.
Yes, potato.
Attento.
Animal core go there.
Pronto, signore. Pronto all'azione. Sì, signore.
Yes, let's... How bad is it? Bad. Okay. You come
Avanzate.
down and sit on the port.
Formazione. Avanzate.
You come and sit
Avanzate.
the mountains.
Avanzate. Pronto, signore. Pronto all'azione. Avanzate! Comandi. Avanzate! Formazione.
Well, I don't know that we need to hold that province, because we can hold these others that are mountainous probably a little easier.
Formazione.
So, you come down into there.
Formazione.
Maybe you as well. Maybe I overdid this. I don't know. I still take this as a lost cause. So how much do we want to... How bad is this unit? A little better. Okay.
Ordini.
So we'll move these
Avanzate.
guys to there.
Sì, signore.
You hold Addis Ababa.
Pronto all'azione. Sì, signore.
Okay, I'm reassigning everybody over to there.
Pronto.
Okay. Fall of Nanjing. Well, let's take a quick look at what's going on out in China. Okay, so Japan has landed in Shanghai and pushed in. And pushing from the north, so they're doing okay, I guess. Our potential future allies. Okay, well...
Sì, signore.
There's no reason to hold
Sì, signore.
that prop. There's no reason to hold that prop. So we will move the... Well, let's move both of these guys into there. Sort of up to here. Holding that. These guys are holding in along there.
Comandi.
Reason to hold this province? Not really. That's mountainous. That'd be better. So let's move it all except there.
Attento.
The reason I'm holding down here is we have some rubber resources that while we can, we want to make sure that we do sort of protect.
Avanzate.
There we go. Okay.
Formazione.
Well, let's create another army here. Armored officer, new. Oh, Poland refuses. Okay, we're looking like the show is going off a few months early. Nice mounted. Reckless old guard. Engineer, combined arms cavalry. Infantry, not the worst. Possible choice. Okay. Okay, well, he's heading towards Mountaineer, but there. Fortress Buster. He should be the one, I think, on our front over here. Let's see what his skill set is. No, we're just changing. Okay.
Pronto all'azione. signore. Formazione.
Infantry officer.
Ordini.
I will.
Pronto all'azione. Formazione.
Get the
Pronto.
mountain divisions up into the mountains.
Avanzate. Avanzate. Formazione. Pronto, signore. Avanzate.
That division that way.
Attento.
Here, maybe use one more.
Avanzate.
Just in case Yugoslavia decides to join the Allies or something. Okay, war has started in Europe. Okay, invite to faction. Well, I'm not going in the war just yet, so active steel here. Well, I'm going to save the game. So, in the chat, should I accept this invite to faction or not? But before I decide on that, let's end this episode. I'll be back next time with more, yes, more Hearts of Iron. We'll see how the war develops there. Don't worry, everyone. We're going to continue here. I'm just breaking this up into episodes. So we will continue. Accept it, Arno says. Okay, we'll see about that. Welcome, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here. And yes, the war in Europe has broken out. Currently, Germany is at war with just about everybody, so it would seem. I know not everybody, but they're going down the path, and they've invited me to the party, at least into the idea of invite to faction. So Arno in chat, and it was it's also my inclination. We're going to accept this, but we're going to not see about accepting into the war just yet. So
Sì, signore. Pronto all'azione.
I like a reserve, but
Avanzate!
let's be ready if we are going to maybe push into southern France. Okay, out here. This is my... Okay, you guys are gonna come to here.
Attento! Ordini? Sì, signore.
Camel
Avanzate!
Corps, come up to there.
Comandi.
Yeah, that's sort of what I'm thinking, the idea. That's what happened historically.
Sì, signore.
The tanks out into the desert to be able to be ready to flank around. And these guys over here, let's also up into the desert. Hopefully that won't be too bad. Yes, you can have a non-aggression pact. Okay, expanded universities, very good. Current mission. What is it again? Okay, expand intelligence services. Okay. But we could do the Pact of Steel, 35 days. We lose one of our currently useful ministers. Okay, because things are getting close, we're going to strengthen the Askari forces. Those are locally raised forces down in Africa and various places. So we'll do this now so that we are ready when the war goes boom for us. So it's gone boom for other people. We'll see what we get. Okay, we need to do something basic like here. Equipment. Well, these guys aren't great out in the desert, but hopefully it won't be too bad. They've reinforced their border with us. Not unexpected. Let's do another fuel silo. Yeah, let's do that over here. Okay, you guys.
Comandi.
He's down. Okay.
Pronto all'azione.
He's up there in the desert. He's down there. Yeah, I guess all these guys will come.
Pronto.
His command.
Pronto all'azione.
Okay, that sort of secures there. Now, production. Okay, well, we're positive on everything but tactical bombers. But we're trying to get many more anti-tank guns. Let's look at... They've got that. If we... do anti-tank support right now, we need basically 7 times the anti-tank guns that we have. We were at medium tanks. I know we're building a few. Okay, well, we have enough medium tanks to fill our needs here. The cavalry detachment, reconnaissance, I should say. Yeah, I think we'll do this. Back to here. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Just slightly increase the strength there. We'll do that as well. And our mountain divisions. Let's add... Oh, we don't have enough. Oh, put us over this. Okay. All right. Okay, we'll do that. Okay, so we've just... Okay, well, we have that. We're gonna do more... Let's do more anti-tank. Take a look how Germany is doing going after Poland. I guess reasonably well. Okay, well, what we can see about doing here is do extensive conscription at least. Maybe we'll wait on that just a little bit. Hey, Exurgent, how you doing? I know I haven't gotten to the reaction video that I intend to make on HOI IV. Just been busy partially creating a new YouTube channel and other things, so that's just what I've sort of been up to. We're playing as Italy and watching Germany invade Poland. Fall of Warsaw. New? Yes. The new channel is called Crisis Report, and it is just a few videos up on it so far talking about what's going on in Ukraine and Crimea and whatnot. It's not a game channel, it's more world events with my take on them. Yes, that should be it. You search on YouTube, I think you may be able to find it. Or there is a few links in the Discord server to it. Okay. Yeah, we could use the rubber, so let's do a synthetic refinery here. Uh-oh. All's ill. Germans are testing the Maginot Line, and they've got Poland. Okay, crude oil, okay, Soviet Union. We're going to slow this up just a bit so we can watch these things. Okay, well, we're in 39, getting late, not really ready to do 41 things yet. We can go early on that. We'll do that. Well, after this stream, which will be ending in about, a little over 2 hours, I'll have an hour off, and then I'm on for 2 hours or so, hour and a half, 2 hours, over on Slytherin's channel. I'll be playing Order of Battle later today over there. So I don't know after that time, not that, I'll be here online here for 2 hours and then or more, and then off and then back on. The Netherlands joins the Allies after Germany declares war on them. Yes, make more enemies, Germany. That's the way. That's the way to success. The more countries that you're at war with, the more you're winning. I don't know. Okay. So, you can building. Like cars, okay. Let's go when we get them. Yeah, I guess so. Possibly, like I say, it's going to be... I'll only have an hour break in between streams. So not a whole lot of time to chat then. Not that we can't. We can, possibly. Netherlands has already capitulated. Oh, wow, that was quick. Now see, this. Why do I get paid the big bucks? Well, wait a minute, I don't. But this is why I like to complain about this. Who in their right mind would think that if Germany declares war on Austria, or not Austria, on the Netherlands, that Belgium, particularly Luxembourg, I can, whatever, they don't have an army, they just sit there and wait. But why Belgium doesn't immediately go into the Allies? That is just stupidity. The way, you know, it was, at least with Götterdammer DLC and then most of the other mods, the idea of coming here with, like, in those days, decisions here with, like, national focuses or, you know, events or however you want to call these things, you declare war on Benelux as total. Because there was a covert minor levels of planning between Belgium and France and Britain, because they expected, once Germany really was going to make a move, they expected it to come into Belgium. Belgium was just hopeful that it wouldn't happen, and so they were hopeful. So they didn't want to go right into the war. But by the time you're declaring war on the Netherlands, Belgium would just be in. Belgium fought like lions in World War I. World War II, they did not. They were a mishandled army. The population really, because of being occupied and whatnot from World War I, really wasn't up to another major war. At least that's my estimation of what's going on. So, but they would still, they would be seen as no hope to keep out of the war at that point. And while the Netherlands still existed, would be the time that you would want to move in, because you don't want to have what's happening here as getting flanked all the way over here. You would at least want to try to have a line of resistance. Now, of course, since this is HOI IV, and there very well may have been a political necessity, though stupid, to try to put the Dutch army along this line here, you know, along the border. Really is sort of like we see the fortresses here. You should really just try to hold, you know, the fortresses here, hold whatever up here to keep from being flanked around, and just try to hold out. But yeah, it's sort of the ridiculous elements here. Okay, construction improved, which gets us fuel or resource gain efficiency, but particularly I'm looking at fuel. So VA. Belgium now joins the Allies, yeah. Like they wouldn't have known it was coming. Okay, so we have two armored, or two fast divisions that has armor in it. Decently facing one armored division. Facing whatever these guys are facing over here. Okay, well, how are we getting these things along? Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to deploy early, deploy early. Okay, did we just deploy an armor unit? Yes, we did. Okay, deploy early, just early mobilization. You come down to here, so we have something to move in on North Africa.
Comandi.
I think you'll come into Benghazi, give us sort of a rear area to hold there.
Pronto.
These guys will finish out. And more production capabilities. How many trains are we building? 2 trains a month currently. Okay, maybe that'll be enough. I don't know. I think armored cars would be nice. Just get some in production here. 3 a month at starting. Obviously, we'll get more once we come down that path. Okay. Northern Epirus, why are we getting partisan bolts here? Got another.
Comandi.
It's capitulated already. Call to arms. Oh, we're November. What do you want to call us in by November? Well, are we ready for World War? Yeah, down at Calabria, we'll put a factory down there. Let's see about producing more interplaters. Okay, we have almost a month, so we'll allow. I want to get these Ascari done before then. Join the Allies, yay, that's useful. Oh well, Hungary joined the Axis, okay. Yeah, Luxembourg capitulated for some reason, wonder why. Not entirely a bad idea. Let's view this. Okay, let's train up some of these black shirt units. We'll just do 3 and we'll have them start in Roma. There we go. We'll do that. Now we are sort of hoping that the Navy can protect us, but yeah, I'm I know what I'm saying
Pronto
there,
all'azione.
yeah.
Pronto. Comandi.
Well, this doesn't look entirely bad for us, because they're, yeah, this actually is looking fairly decent for us. So I do want to wait a little while here until we get these guys in and organized up. Okay, so we've done that. Now, a pact of steel. We're not going to be doing Italy first, so that could demand that, but we're not going to. Got that. That won't be useful once we go to war with them. Yeah, you're right. Some divisions along there could definitely help. See here, Arno. I know you talked about trying to design some units, but here we can. If we come down here, though, we'll take 70 and 70 days. Maybe we should even do this next to create some variants, some sort of historical variants on tanks. Okay, okay, harden irregular bands, which grants base defense. Yeah, I'm going to do these just because if we're going to do them, we might as well do them early. Okay, now we have a bunch more divisions down here.
Ordini.
No, wait a minute. He needs to go. No, he needs to go here. Okay.
Pronto all'azione. Avanzate.
You down there.
Avanzate.
Maybe we'll be
Avanzate.
able to go on the offensive here. It looks like they've withdrawn a lot of forces, which of course is good for us. Oh.
Avanzate.
And down here, he's also going to... We have him guarding the port for whatever that's worth. We'll sort of put him out here. Not probably, but I have this vain hope of actually trying to hold down here. Okay, you guys will get supplies shortly.
Comandi.
Switches. Well, fair.
Pronto
Well, I
all'azione.
think I want to move you. I mean, in the west, actually, yes.
Avanzate.
Let's move you that way to the east.
Sì, signore.
Destruction level. Okay, yeah, we can come through there. Well, we do that. Factory construction speed, or construction speed generally, goes down. And factory output goes down by 10%. But if we come over here, construction speed goes up. Okay. See if we look here, war industrialist, armaments organizer. Order, construction speed. Looking for someone that may be able to boost actual production. I don't know. Okay, well, let's wait a few more days. And see what's going on here. Okay, they've actually have holes in the line, although they are moving somebody up there.
Pronto
Let's
all'azione.
move another division that way. Move
Pronto,
one
signore.
division down here and
Pronto, signore.
move that there. Don't even know we're getting ready to go in. Okay, well, we're not going to wait 70 days to go into the war, but these guys will hopefully down in Eritrea, Somaliland, and Showa add in a few more leaders. Don't know if these guys are going to be able to hold out here. Well, I'm seeing an opportunity here. Oh, what is our current construction? We're doing another fuel, synthetic fuel, good. Some more, yeah. Well, you guys come that way. I think we're going to need to get these guys out of here. Just too much of our power is down there. So let's come up to here with all three of you. Okay, well, let's save this. And we are going to accept the call to arms. And let's come here. Alright, well,
Pronto all'azione.
these guys
Ordini.
and the mountain division.
Ordini.
Who are they?
Attento.
I don't know.
Formazione.
Okay.
Avanzate. Formazione. Avanzate.
Pin those down. Maneuver there.
Formazione. Avanzate. Sì, signore. Avanzate. Avanzate.
Armor division is that way.
Avanzate.
That. Now out here.
Ordini. Ordini. Avanzate.
Them in position.
Comandi.
The camel corps start racing up this way out into the desert.
Comandi.
Armor. That way.
Comandi.
You guys and you
Avanzate.
guys. And that camel corps attack there.
Attento.
These guys come up that way. Corsica. Well, I don't even have troops there to do so. That would have been a good idea, Arno. Let's move some troops here because they might be able to come out and do things. So let's select these guys here. Oh, maybe we should have a commander for them. There we go. Okay, let's put the submarines. Envoy rating over here. Let's get these guys here. We can put these guys out. No, patrolling here. Oh, I hate how this works. Have I ever said this before? Yes. Yeah, we're going to send troops, but we're going to put these ships out here to try to keep them from coming over and taking our place. Okay, naval strike there. Lots of fighters. Well, let's put you up after bombers over here. Just protect our industry. You should come up there. I should do this better. But when you get there, do this up over there. You can't do naval striking. Can you do? Yes. You do naval striking out here. Yep, they've already made it across. Great! See, I'm a great general. I'm so prepared. have a division on the way, but it's just one, and it probably won't get down here soon enough, but keep going. Oh, we made it here. Okay, good. They are here. So you come to here.
Pronto,
You
signore.
march that way. You march just straight and get across these rivers. Alright, hang on.
Pronto. Attento.
Wait up. Yeah, well, or you guys battling it out here, it looks like. Oh, hell. Oh, this isn't gonna go well. This is not going to go well. Oh, well, we have some bombers, I guess, so that may be helping. Okay, you up here after that. Okay, you guys here. We've already made it in here. Oh, great.
Formazione. Avanzate. Pronto all'azione. Attento. Sì, signore.
Camel Corps, come up. You come up.
Ordini.
You move up here. Oh, good. Okay, we've made it into here. We're pushing good there.
Pronto all'azione.
You come across the desert because you're Camel Corps, so you're cool. You ride the
Pronto all'azione.
camels. You keep coming up here to Tunisia to
Ordini.
Alright, get the supply lines.
Pronto all'azione. Pronto.
I'm gonna
Avanzate!
get Tobruk to hold Tobruk.
Attento. Pronto.
Armored division, you come down here and cross that river.
Ordini. Formazione.
We also have fighters up here. Okay, ground attack. Ground attack. Go after fighters and bombers. Ground attack. Let's grab this group here, fly up to here, come after bombers and everything over that territory. Bombers over there.
Comandi.
Okay, well, they've moved in. some forces on us, unfortunately, but okay. Uh-huh. How are we doing down here? This was meant to sort of be mostly a holding action. Okay. Well, these guys are going to there. And those guys are holding out there in the desert. Yeah, they pushed into here, but, well...
Attento.
Let's move
Avanzate.
into there with one unit, just to sort of mess with them a bit. Hello, CR, how you doing? Well, we're no longer, let's stop this. Because we're no longer getting those coming in. But we can get some from the Soviet Union. Yeah, that'll be okay. Rubber. Let's stop the Siam. Trade, and we can get some from the German Reich. Make up some of our losses. I'm sure they have extra. Probably not, but we'll take some anyways.
Sì, signore. Formazione. Avanzate.
Oh, you go that way. Oh good, we made it through to here.
Pronto, signore.
And
Pronto, signore.
Camel Corps, you come this way out into the desert.
Sì, signore.
And you come there to attack them while they're still getting reorganized.
Ordini. Pronto, signore.
You support the attack there.
Pronto. Ordini.
You come down to there, you come down to there. You
Sì,
keep
signore.
coming across that way.
Sì, signore. Comandi.
I guess you'll support that attack.
Attento.
Oh,
Avanzate.
yes, this is a catastrophe. Okay, well. And yes, we lost that there. Okay, well, you guys keep moving up.
Sì, signore. Pronto. Comandi.
Okay, well, you guys attack here. Yeah, they push these guys out, but we are sort of holding along that line still.
Sì, signore.
Push in there.
Attento.
Okay, armored division, yes, potato, whatever that means. You come up around like that. Just sort of scare them a lot. But don't get too cut off deep in there. Oh, we pushed into here. Great. Okay. You push down that way.
Attento.
to the coast. You push into there.
Comandi.
You push to here.
Pronto
And
all'azione.
you can support that attack.
Ordini.
Oh good, we're here. Okay, you two divisions come this way. You and that division come that way. You come down this way.
Attento.
You guys attack that way. You come to support them.
Pronto all'azione. Comandi.
You support fighting that armored division, or divisions.
Sì,
Well,
signore.
no, you attack there now because they are not well organized up, and
Pronto, signore.
you guys keep moving along this way.
Avanzate.
Paris may actually fall to the Germans. Wow. Okay.
Forza,
So you guys
muovetevi.
fall back into there, yeah. That was meant just sort of a spoiling maneuver.
Forza, forza, forza.
You pushed into the rubber fields.
Pronto all'azione. Avanzate. Pronto.
From multiple sides.
Formazione.
You come into the attack. We want to keep them from getting organized up.
Ordini.
You hit them in their rear there.
Pronto. Pronto.
Oh, Germans, take Paris. We're counting on you. We're just holding down the flanks, as it were. You got to... Oh, shit. Okay, we did not... Okay, they... Okay, you guys come to here.
Sì, signore.
You guys come this way to cut them off.
Formazione.
Ah, you guys get organized up for a little bit, maybe.
Attento.
So, we are doing pretty good in places. Oh, we run into some more units here. Right, okay, well, we pushed them down into here, so we're going to send the good infantry units up that way.
Attento.
And the cavalry that way. Leave the camel corps where it is. Okay, well, we pushed into here now. Very good. Okay,
Pronto.
you and you push here.
Attento.
You support that attack.
Pronto all'azione.
You attack those troops to keep them from
Avanzate.
going and reinforcing those guys.
Fuoco nemico! Avanzate!
Oh, come
Riparatevi!
on, no. You just hold there now. They've moved too many forces in.
Pronto all'azione!
You support that attack.
Pronto!
You push down out of Grenoble there. Okay,
Pronto!
you push into there.
Formazione!
You push into there. Yes, everyone on YouTube, if you're watching, the people out there, if you give a thumbs up to the stream, it would definitely help get YouTube to recommend us to more people, and that's what we want to have happen, if at all possible. More people show up now or later, you know, we like viewers.
Comandi! Sì, signore!
The British are well equipped and strong, which we knew they would be. You join into that little fight there. Yeah, I knew they would cut this off. Follow Jubaland. Okay. About here, probably. Now here? Yeah, where is Jubaland? I don't know. Is that over here? I don't know what that was. Okay. Oh, maybe out here? Yeah. Oh, here. There we go. Okay, well.
Pronto, signore!
Well, they're pushing into the outskirts of Paris right now, the Germans are. That is, we're not, of course.
Ordini!
Okay, you
Avanzate!
cross the river there. Use some more troops on that side.
Sì, signore! Comandi!
For some reason they seem to want to reinforce Nice instead of withdraw from it.
Pronto!
Okay, one of you divisions comes back to here.
Pronto, signore! Pronto all'azione!
And that way. Make sure we're getting some supplies flowing through.
Pronto, signore!
Well, let's push into Grenoble.
Formazione!
Two angles there. Okay, Paris has fallen to the Germans. Okay. Well, France has fallen. France has give us access to 50% of their stock of equipment. Very nice. Some MAS 36 rifles, some Model 86 M93s, and a bunch of other stuff. Okay, well. Right.
Comandi!
We get to, I guess, clean up down here.
Formazione. Formazione.
See what we can clean up territorially wise here. They still own that. Okay, well.
Pronto, signore.
Getting the Vichy French here in
Attento.
Djibouti, or the British in Vichy France. Okay.
Attento.
You guys head this way. They've lost some of their...
Attento. Avanzate.
Connect there. Some of the allies here. Okay, well, hey. Yeah, I know. Corsica is free France, and we need to take it back.
Formazione.
All of our forces are coming back there.
Comandi.
You support the attack there.
Pronto all'azione.
Up to here. Rudolf Hess does his crazy
Pronto, signori.
flight. You come along here and take Berserk to cut off supplies to that division.
Pronto.
You guys just come to here and cut down their retreat. Now, we don't need all of these guys here because we're no longer really battling a lot of stuff there. So let's move you down to here and then come up over here to control the skies there. You guys come down there. You come down here also. Hey, Beam Slam. Yeah, well, we were backing Germany, though we had lost, I forgot to garrison Sardinia, and so we lost Sardinia. But we're doing okay, otherwise. We have, yes, they're coming back out of Vichy France. Hey, Toothless. Well, air wings are now set at 100 aircraft. So we really don't have the choice on that anymore. It might be under strength, but
Sì, signore.
you need to attack here instead. Okay.
Pronto, signore. Pronto.
Oh,
Fuoco nemico.
stop. Just defend there. Okay. You defend there. Cool, cool. Yeah, I messed up. I know everyone thought I was a great player, but, well, not really. Okay.
Attento.
Okay, let's...
Sì, signore.
Let's plan a naval invasion from here, I guess, to here. There we go. 4 divisions. Sounds good. That'll probably take it. Now, how are we doing? We're yellow here, so let's... Oh, well, let's assign an admiral. Might as well. I don't know. Oh, no, we're just assigning him. Okay. You patrol here. Another admiral here. Okay, let's select these guys and they'll patrol here. Oh, they're pushing us back here now that they're strong. Okay, well, that's... yes, in a way to be expected. Okay, we got this armored division here.
Ordini?
Isolated. Let's move
Sì, signore.
Camel Corps this way. These guys, okay, Camel Corps, you take over there. Cavalry, I guess you come this way. Looks like the Germans may be helping me out in North Africa. That will be nice. Okay, we could use more tactical bombers to do naval stuff, I guess, so... Okay, well, let's... we're increasing our fuel. Let's build more factories. Hey, ASADs! Good to have you here, though, even though you've been busy.
Pronto. Formazione.
You guys go around that way.
Sì, signore.
You guys come out here to help them. Hey, they're falling. Well, some of them are falling back. Okay, well, let's
Pronto, signore.
get rid of this black shirt unit. Let's move the Camel Corps over into the desert there. See if we can hold City Barani. Writing reports on stocks. How much further is the stock market going to collapse? That would be an interesting thing to know. Oh, you guys got pushed off there. Okay, which was my fault for not watching, paying attention. 30%. Okay.
Ordini?
Let me know when you think it's a good time to buy.
Sì, signore.
Okay, Camel Corps, you guys come here, you come here, you come here. Yeah, like I think. Right. I get that.
Comandi.
I think that one reserve
Avanzate!
had us over bus, so we'll move that to there.
Sì, signore.
Both of those guys over there. So,
Avanzate!
you move that way. Actually, you know, let's move you to Addis Ababa
Avanzate!
via that, and you can come down
Avanzate!
here right now. I was watching a report that food may become a problem in a lot of areas around the world
Pronto,
soon.
signore.
Not so much for India, as I understand, because they have a lot of food production, but other places, problems. Yep, fertilizer, that was a major element, yes, for Europe. From what I was watching, it was looking like Europe, I mean, I'm not saying there isn't going to be food shortages this winter, but it's looking like Europe will be able to feed itself but stop becoming an exporter, at least Western Europe. Ukraine and Russia may still continue to do some exports. India looks like it's going to be able to be okay. Brazil is going to have problems because they import lots of fertilizer. But they again will probably be able to feed their populations, but stop exporting. So yeah. So it's going to hit the Middle East pretty damn hard. Maybe sub-Saharan Africa. Fortunately, much of the Western world will be okay, but sort of on things getting more expensive. We got this. Let's see.
Pronto, signore. Ordini?
You get on trains and come over here.
Avanzate!
Well, I'm not going to be a vegan. Don't worry, we got plenty of food here. That isn't going to really be a problem, but it'll be more expensive. Yes, it already is.
Sì, signore.
Gotta do a lot more naval superiority here. And let's put you.
Ordini?
Only 31. Okay, well. There we go.
Pronto.
A few more days here. But, you know, places like the Netherlands are getting rid of their food production.
Pronto. Pronto all'azione.
Armored division this way.
Pronto,
I think
signore.
we're gonna fall back. There.
Sì, signore.
So yeah, you know, gotta be green, guys. Yeah, that, well, we're talking this winter is what Azads and I are talking about, because I think, not that he's seen the same reports I've seen, it just, he's looking at the same sort of information set, as it were.
Pronto all'azione.
Okay, well,
Sì, signore.
you guys attack, and you guys attack there, because maybe we can save this division, and you guys attack. Yes, potato. Okay, so they've taken out all of down here. Norway, what are we doing up with all the arms and running? I hope we done that. Well, he means you won't be able to get meat. Not that you'll actually be a vegan. And it would be a vegetarian, and it wouldn't be a vegan. It would be more like...
Pronto, signore.
days.
Attento. Formazione.
Okay, now it looks like they're sending us some armored help there. Where's my armored division here? Here it is. Okay. Put you on rails. We'll send you at least to Benghazi. A strategic movement. Maybe technically rails.
Formazione.
You come down here.
Sì, signore. Avanzate. Pronto all'azione.
Well, the Europeans are getting rid of their pigs, etc. Because grain feed, yeah, grain feed will be expensive. No, it'll reduce it. But see, the point is that they've already been getting rid of that stuff for the last year or more, and it's, you know, gonna bite them in the ass. Because you can, you know, slaughter pigs and turn them into hams and keep them for a damn long time if you refrigerate them well enough and whatnot. But Arno, it's for the environment. Don't you believe in global warming as a man-caused disaster, and you were responsible for it? Especially because you're a successful European?
Pronto all'azione.
And success is a sin? Oh, good. Okay. Well, now you can retreat out. You're not allowing me to retreat. Okay. These guys are holding here. Nice. Okay. They're holding. And we can stop attacking because we got damn, 2 divisions. Well.
Sì, signore.
Oh well.
Avanzate.
No, not you guys. You guys stay right here.
Andiamo.
Can you guys come here? No. Well, I don't know. Probably not getting enough supply, but whatever. Yeah, I know I could play slower and better. Or draw battle lines. Bullshit. Okay, well, there'll be some reasonable units to fall back on. Germany is sending some forces along. Good. We're moving our other armored division forward there.
Attento!
Yeah, you come. Well, fuel refining. Okay, good. And it's time to end this episode. I'm so glad you guys have made it this far into it. Really do love you guys. If you haven't already, please hit the like button. Lick it good, I should say. And if you're not subscribed, please subscribe. And of course, I love hearing your comments. So see you next time for more, yes, even more Hearts of Iron. Okay, let's make a save and then we'll continue this with at least one more episode. Welcome back, fellow Armchair General. This is Gamer 1745, and we are fighting World War II. The Germans are declaring war on all kinds of people unpreparedly, yes, and we joined into the fun, and we did succeed in sort of getting some of North Africa here, and we are defending against the British there. The Germans have sent a little bit of an Africa Corps down, which is very nice of them. What kind of battle are we having here? Okay, submarines versus German supplies. Let's take a look at controls of oceans here. Yeah, well, first we want to get Sardinia. And we can do more research. Well, we're in January 1940, so we could push on these, but I don't know that we will. We do have like that, which will help all kinds of 5% bonuses about everywhere. So let's go for that. We want to get that organized up. Keep coming, Germans. Well, it looks like the Germans are withdrawing from North Africa. It's very nice of them to decide to leave. It looks like they're having convoy battles and have lost a bunch of convoys, so losing troops that they're withdrawing. And they're withdrawing even more from North Africa now that the French have gone from here. Oh, goody. So they're leaving me without any support over here. I was hoping they were coming to use some of their better panzer divisions against mine now. Okay, let's see, if we were to add another medium, we don't have enough medium tanks. Okay, we were to add some light tanks. You've got a lot. What about another motorized infantry? Yeah, we'll do that. Execute the plan. Go in here. Some of the Germans have escaped North Africa. Fine. Well,
Ordini.
send down an armored force there to help out. Got some light forces in the back there ready to backstop.
Pronto.
Moving up this way now. A Roman Empire path in this playthrough? Well, sort of. Right now I'm just trying to survive in Africa as much as possible. Yeah, they've already taken out one of those divisions. It's collapsing. Good. We like collapsing. Oh, you get to retreat back out. Let's put you on trains and get you up to here. As well as you, one of our few good divisions. Up to here.
Ordini.
Well, very good, Toothless. How did AZ? No. Those are territory being liberated by the Western Allies, the Ethiopia. We're Italy in the center. So yeah, no, that's them liberating territory.
Ordini.
To there. Okay, well. Denmark has capitulated. We got a few more units. Unfortunately, we had already lost some territory there.
Sì, signore.
So,
Pronto, signore.
we didn't get quite as much out of the event as I was hoping for.
Mantenete le distanze.
Just retreat to the mountains.
Comandi. Avanzate.
Oh, I moved almost all of my good divisions out of there. I just had like one infantry division, one cavalry division that's real. These guys are just militia templates and various, like the camel corps here, various, you know, BS type units, and these squadrons here, just a little bit of colonial cavalry. So yeah, I'm not really. Oh well, I should have moved these guys out. Oh well, damn, I messed that one up. Okay, that is a mess up by me. Another one, yeah. Let's see. Convoy rating. Let's put you into there. Well, we might as well patrol since we have him here. I'm messing up, of course, because I'm just half-assed playing, quite honestly, because I'm doing so much other stuff. So yeah,
Sì, signore. Avanzate! Pronto, signore. Avanzate!
oh, we landed.
Attento!
Okay. Like, delete all orders. Yes, you come this way. You come this way. Yeah, yes, you guys. No, well, I want you to come this way. This way. Or just straight down that way. Okay. Where are big navies? Big navies here. You go back to port, because I don't need you sitting out there patrolling. You also go back to port. We don't need the big navies out using up fuel. It was just to get ashore here.
Sì, signore. Sì, signore. Avanzate! Sì, signore. Sì, signore. Comandi. Avanzate! Ordini?
What we could be doing. Okay, well, Libyan refineries via Balboa would be good. That would be great. But I don't know how long we're going to hold that. Well, 35 days is... That'll get us supply. That'll keep these guys in supply here much better. Okay, they're already retreating, so let's... No, wait a minute. This... Oh, okay, no, this... Okay, never mind. You stay... We're gonna hide in the mountains. We're gonna stay in the mountains, so... They're gonna push us out of here. They're going into there. Okay. That is also plains. But
Sì, signore. Attento. Pronto.
But also realize, Azads, the longer these guys hold out here, the more, you know, British and Commonwealth forces, they, you know, delay. They keep busy. So there's reasons to do that. At least in my mind. Now, what we can come over here. Well, no, let's look at. These guys come to here and then ground attack or ground support there. You have these guys out here. Okay, yeah. Oh, these guys should be operating here.
Pronto all'azione. Sì, signore.
You can come into there. Those are just hills. These are mountains. These are... Well, it's also hills, but... Okay. You, because you got delayed because of that. Oh, well, yeah. You can
Avanzate!
come over to Axum here, at least. We have recaptured Sardinia. Very good. Yay, more war support.
Ordini.
Bigger cannons. Who is generally commanding over here? Him. Okay, he has. Got that too. Okay. Now. Yeah, I think we'll go with the improved cannons for this here. I know it will set us back, but I think we have a cushion of cannons. Okay, 3 of those a day, 2.5 a week. Like, kick in another light tank unit. Well, the AZADs. I've been wondering about India in the next, near future, 5 to 10 years. And Modi. India seems to want to, continue to sort of play this game. Well, hey, if we can get a good deal on equipment and relations with Russia, we're going to do that. Or hey, with the Western world, we'll buy some equipment, military equipment or whatever, with them, and playing back and forth between, flirting back and forth. And I understand the idea that, sort of get the best deal out of either one, and why limit yourself, why join a faction, if you will, if you can sort of play both. But I think in doing that, and God, I'm not in the centers of power or anything, really, but I do pay attention. It really seems to me that the West is not going to share too much high technology weapon systems with India if they keep doing this. And so it's going to hurt them. And with Russia's closer alliance to China continuing, and looks like they're heading down that path, stronger, which of course China and India are at some levels of conflict here. What is India's path? Is it going to be move closer to an American alliance? Now, I do know the Biden administration is going down the sort of traditional Democrats' path of supporting Muslim nations, and Pakistan obviously being one of them. And so that's upsetting India, where Trump was going down a more pro-Indian, anti-China path. So that I know is not making Modi happy. But really, what is the sort of path you think India is going to take? I would love to hear what you're saying. Yes, Tinky, how you doing? It's a crazy world, absolutely. I don't know whether you're talking about World War II or modern day, either one. It's crazy enough. Okay, well, we're holding here. If we can keep supplied.
Formazione! Pronto all'azione! Formazione!
We can keep moving to there. We have more production capabilities.
Ordini?
One of you comes up to the north to defend there. Maybe Azaz's already left. I don't know. But I'd love to hear his thoughts on it. He watches that part of the world well, he's from he is in that part of the world. And he actually pays attention, which is a good thing. Yeah, you're holding out okay. You're holding out. You guys are probably going to fall back. Mountains. Oh, big silence here. Let's see. I would think they go their own way because recon to surpass China at some point, so they don't need to choose sides but stay independent. Also, their growing industry and technology, they may soon surpass China. Well, yeah. There's some bottlenecks in the world, and a combination of Germany, the Netherlands in certain technologies, US in overall global power, controls the high-end elements of semiconductor production. And yes, there is some of that going on significantly in bulk in Taiwan, but the machines that make the semiconductors are made in the Netherlands and are supplied with mirrors from Germany. So if China were to attempt to invade Taiwan, I have a very, very strong suspicion that the semiconductor factories in Taiwan would suffer a mischief, would be an old term for it. Whether locally suffered mischief or some mysterious airstrikes from somewhere before they fall to communist China. And to the best of my knowledge, neither China mainland or India has that level of semiconductor production, that sort of high end. Russia has rather low end semiconductor production, rather low end. China has some medium level semiconductor production. I think India is trying to get some more, but they don't have it. The U.S. is ramping up theirs, and Israel is also another major semiconductor, high-end semiconductor point. So and we see Australia is getting nuclear powered submarines, where China's submarines are still diesel electric. They're not even air independent. They're diesel electric. So they can be quite quiet when they're not running their diesel engines, but that's only for limited time elements. And if they're just talking coastal submarines, okay, that sort of kind of works. But if you're talking longer operations, they need to have greater legs. And so they've yet to decide on whether they're going to be building American or British designed submarines, but they're ramping up their abilities, including ramping up their nuclear power situation to be able to have the fuel core reactors and whatnot for the submarines to continue to operate. India is a long way from being trusted with that level of technology of the submarines from the Western powers. I don't think, I know Azads who, no, he hasn't answered. I don't know, did you hear my question, Azads, about the future direction of India? I don't know. We're seeing how bad the Russian equipment is. I don't think China's much better, if not actually worse in many cases. I just saw a video today about a brand new capability, at least brand new announced capability of American submarines. That will probably just insta-locate and insta-sync Chinese submarines. So if India is thinking of having a naval war with China, it's going to be in a lot harsher place than the Anglo-American alliance. Oh, okay. I'll ask the question again, because I am very interested in your thoughts. What is going to be India's path in the next 5 to 10 years, do you think? In that they have been, sort of trying to do military trading with Russia, buying equipment and buying technology, whether for local production or importation, and trying to buy from Western sources, sort of playing each side off the other. Who's going to give us more foreign aid? Who's going to support us more? Let's try to take an independent path. And I do know that unlike the Trump administration, which was very pro-India, very pro-Modi. The Biden administration is following the traditional Democrat path of being pro-Muslim, so being pro-Pakistan, and wanting to sell more weapons and equipment and support to Pakistan, where Trump was going down a different path on that. And I don't think the Western allies are going to continue to put up with, I mean, they're going to allow India to do what India wants to do, but they're not going to support India with high-tech weaponry if they're continuing to do business with military technology with Russia. And since Russia's getting closer to China now as a Chinese, trying to format a Russia-China bloc, how is Modi and crew going to, go down that, staying independent with the French? So they're thinking the French, okay. But see, I don't think India is going to have access to the high-tech capabilities. And sort of the example was, of course, Australia with the, building the new nuclear submarines that they're going to be building, and they're getting that technology to do so. Yeah, I can see France selling some technologies, but I don't know. So, yeah. France is looking for a military trading partner for sure. That is quite true. Well, high-tech semiconductors, the higher end stuff. Well, yeah, I saw announced today the new remote new undersea drone operation capable of operating out of our Virginia-class submarines that I think means insta-kill to just about any submarines out there. No. Semiconductor high-tech is controlled by by the Netherlands and by Germany. The Netherlands make the machines. The Germans make the mirrors that go in the machines. Taiwan is just the production location path, but they can only sell to countries that the U.S. lets them sell to. And as I said, if China looks like they're going to be invading, I think those semiconductor plants will suffer a mischief, whether it mean a local explosion or some sort of phantom airstrike out of nowhere that blows them up. So they won't fall into Chinese hands, and they won't be trading these high-tech semiconductors with nations who are doing military trading with Russia. That is just going to not be a thing. And so if India is going to buy weapons or sell weapons to Russia, they will not, I don't think, be allowed to buy high-tech semiconductors from Taiwan. I know right now Iran is selling a lot of their weaponry to Russia to fight in Ukraine, but they've already need Indian diesel, so that's good enough trade. Yeah, but you see, I hear you, but they need America more than they need anything from India. How many battles have taken place here? Are we just clicking on the same one? Okay. We need to get out here, and where are some naval vessels here? Okay. No, I want some destroyers, not big fleets. Here we go. Okay. You guys select here. You patrol the Adriatic. And they need American natural gas more than they need Indian diesel. So, yeah, I hear you, Azads, and my understanding, the Netherlands have agreed to the limitations of selling the machines that the Americans have asked for. Or the government is sort of in the process, which means they're going to be agreeing, which that means they've already, in essence, agreed. It's just going through the formalities. So they're not going to be selling the machines to anybody that America doesn't want them to. And the mirrors, well, without the machines, the mirrors are sort of useless. Europeans are having a hard time with the U.S. encouraged self-defeating sanctions anyways. I heard a talk of trade war with U.S. over LNG price gouging. Well, yeah, and for anybody, that's liquid natural gas is the LNG stuff. Well, the Biden administration has made natural gas very expensive here in the United States. So, what they're doing, they're just not getting it at a knockdown bonus. The Biden administration is going to last approximately another 2 years, or 2 years and 3 months to be more precise. And then there will be a Republican administration, whether it's Trump or somebody else. I am not absolutely sure. I do believe it will be Trump if he decides to run and if he's healthy enough at that point. So it's going to be a changeover. We will see here in approximately, well, Tuesday coming up, we will see probably both the House and the Senate flip to Republicans, and flipped solidly. The House, I'm almost assured of. The Senate, most likely flipping. So that will happen, and I think that will give a wake-up call to the world as to what will be happening in the next presidential elections. If the U.S. lets Europe have the gas at the expense of New England. Well, New England, they need a lot of diesel in New England, actually. There's a lot of home heating in New England is fuel oil, diesel basically, production. Meaning a truck shows up to your home and fills a tank up at your home. It's not natural gas. It's a lot of diesel. I don't know how much large plant production natural gas they're going to need there, but New England has home heating, and it's diesel in home heating, liquid stuff, sort of heavy fuel. And that's what they need particularly, and that is, there either already are or will be rolling diesel shortages on the East Coast, and particularly the northern half of the East Coast, down out of New England, down into the sort of central states here. So natural gas used for diesel for heating. Yeah, you need both. But I think the real shortage is going to be the diesel. You may have looked into it, but I don't know that natural gas production is so limited that we cannot. We're gonna meet our own demands, but the prices is going to go up, and which also means Europe price is going to go up. So, hey, Extreme Finger, how you doing? Yeah, generally speaking, I like the new DLC. It's not bad. I mean, most of the bad things with HOI IV are pre-existing bad things, shall we say. Not new bad things. Very good to hear. All right, we can build more factories. We could build something else. Let's build another synthetic fuel refinery. Here, fuel will be useful. Amount of fuel switching from natural gas to diesel oil going on already. Well, I'm liking the. I'm actually fairly liking the Italian national focus tree. Obviously, I'm staying away from the ahistorical. Let's get rid of Mussolini bullshit. But that's doing pretty good. I'm glad they got divisional generals back, though they're not interesting enough yet. Yeah. Oh shit. Here I haven't been paying attention, and the British somehow invaded here. Oh goody. Oh goody. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention and they just landed. Okay. Yes, the air changes are good as well, in that you have to fly through zones to get to other zones. Yes. Oh, European industry is shutting down. Yes, that's very true, AZs. But, you know, I would say, you say not choose to side with the U.S. I would say the push for support for Ukraine is coming more from Europe than it is coming from America, AZs. It is not deciding, it's not whether you support, side with the U.S. No, I would say, from my perspective, looking out from the U.S. here and seeing the stuff, it's as much Germany and France and Britain that have been pushing the anti-Russian as it is the Americans. And once Trump, next year we're gonna see a radical reduction in military aid to Ukraine because the Republicans are going to get in. And by the time Trump gets in, there will either need to be peace in the Ukraine or the U.S. will fully stop supporting Ukraine war industry. Oh yeah, no, I understand. True weapons save lives, good at all costs, humanitarian aid, goods are overvalued, war is the new peace. Yeah, it'll pass over one way or another. Support for Ukraine is coming from European governments which got elected before the energy crisis. Absolutely. Talking with some people in Europe and Norway, which has a surplus in energy, has, at least in southern Norway, has a big spike in energy cost because they're keeping their previous commitments to supply energy into the rest of Europe. You had only until the last moment did finally the green energy minister of Germany agree to keep open the nuclear power, the 3 nuclear power plants remaining, and they're now expanding coal mine production to expand to the energy. I think there's going to be a massive shift in Europe. Well, there's been protests in Europe. I actually think the protests in Europe are calming down, AZADs, compared to the Yellow Vest protests of earlier. So I think it's getting actually less. Yes, Tinky, I think that's the case, because I think most people in Europe, shall we say, outside of Russia, are pro-Ukraine. But that doesn't mean that they're pro over-involvement in Ukraine. So whenever you get the establishment saying, well, that's, when somebody goes, hey, I don't know if we should send so much aid to Ukraine, that's what Putin would want you to do, is the accusation, as opposed to going, hey, I just rationally looked at it and I think we're just dumping too much money into this. Well, okay, it's not just the underdog, it's who is the aggressor. There was no territorial aggression by Ukraine against Russia. There was the revolution and the breaking away from a pro-Russian stance, yes. But other than that, and an attempt to move closer to Europe, and likely already, even before Zelensky officially asked for it, moving towards a pro-NATO, joining NATO stance, yes. But there was no territorial claims or aggression against Russia until, of course, Russia takes Crimea, takes the Donbass region even before the major invasion. So it's more of that to me than the underdog. And I know what will German left is playing the government for the current energy policy. Yeah, I'm sure. But I'm thinking of the protests, the Yellow Vest protest and others, particularly in France, have been bad for years now, and that's actually led up. So I will tell you, the fighting in the Ukraine, my opinion is the fighting in the Ukraine will last until one of two things happens. One, and this is what everybody in the West is hoping for, is the collapse of the Putin regime in Russia. And that's quite possible. I don't know that it's imminent. It may take 10 years, but it's quite possible, because we saw the Soviet Union collapse very much over the situation in Afghanistan, very much. Where the U.S. did not collapse over Vietnam. Sure, we pulled out. Sure, it affected who got elected the next president. Yes, but it was not a collapse of, an established regime. So either until the collapse of the Russian regime, or until the flow of Western munitions stops into Ukraine. And then at that point, the Ukrainians will be willing to talk about a settlement of some sort. Now, I think they realize this, and I think some of their offensives and whatnot is they're trying to retake territory back. So when that demand comes, saying, hey, you better start negotiating terms with Russia, because if you don't, we're cutting off that weapon supply. It'll be said very quietly, not publicly. And then at that point, Ukraine will start talking. Now, if they've retaken, down here, they push seriously, they want to maybe take back, God, I always blank on names, I don't know why. The wrecked city down here, whatever it is. Take that back. Maybe not all of the Donbass, but take back this city right here. Wish it was on the map. They're hoping to take that back and take back some more of the territory. So once the peace settlements happen, they'll get much of their territory back that they've currently lost. Those are the two conditions that will end this war, because the Ukrainians are continuing to train up a more and more professional army, and they definitely have the munitions advantage. So it's sort of the thing. If this war goes nuclear, me and my daughter are. I don't know that if it goes nuclear means it's going to go global nuclear or even theater nuclear. It might just go, take out Kiev or whatever. The current rate, I'm worried that Ukraine will win so hard Russia falls apart, like Yugoslavia style. Well, you do know that Russia still has a puppet proxy state up in this part of Georgia, and has another sort of proxy puppet state over in this part of Georgia that the Georgians would love to get rid of. The Armenians and the Azerbaijanis keep fighting, and I think that's because Russia is fueling militarily Azerbaijan to keep the oil flowing out of Baku into Russia. Chechnya is more or less mostly done as a fight, but so you still also have the Russian-controlled proxy state sliver along this river here that is technically inside of Moldavian territory, but really I think they ought to go back to this border. I know it means giving up Ukrainian territory to Romania, but I think that's this, get rid of the border gore, guys. Border gore is not good long term. I know it means Ukraine giving up territory, but I think it might make a good, strong Romania as a southern ally here. But either way, this bit here is more or less currently Ukraine. This is Moldavia, and there's I saw a good sort of documentary on reasons for and reasons not for having Moldavia back integrated into Romania. But I think in the long run, because it's going to cause hassle and headache for Romania, that's going to be expensive, and they can't necessarily afford all the stuff, but I think in the long run it'll make them better and stronger and just get the border sort of secured there. So yeah, we're already sort of seeing a situation that is still and also Kaliningrad. We still have the Kaliningrad problem. We still haven't gone through the full, and we're still going through the breakup. The breakup of empires is fucking ugly, okay? It is ugly. There is a lot of no-win elements to it. And to bring it back to Azad's, who I do like, and who is, I would call sort of an, I don't think he would disagree with this, sort of an ultra-nationalistic Indian viewpoint. We have not so much the breakup of the British Raj, but we have the breakup of the Mughal Raj, if you will, in the ugliness of it, with the establishment of Pakistan and what eventually becomes Bangladesh, the Muslim and Hindu separations that the British absolutely perpetuated, the the divide and rule elements that they found when they came into India, and they were still, we'll go at theoretical independent states within India at the time of World War II, up until independence. And so the breaking up between the Hindus and the Muslims was sort of the major dividing line. But there are a lot of different languages, which also mean different cultures, in India that I am sure are intermixed in cities and whatnot, that if India were to break up any further, it would be bloody and ugly as all hell. I hope India does not break up any further than it has. I think it is good that Bangladesh is its own nation, but is something of a, I would say, an Indian puppet to a degree. But it allows the Muslims to be a majority in their particular territory, so they sort of govern shall we say, a self-governing territory as part of Greater India. Let's see, what Muslim share of pop skyrocket under the British Raj, which can in turn cause the creation of Pakistan. Yeah, you know the details more than I do, Azads. I will readily admit that. And I don't know how much is birth rate population versus conversion rate population under the British, and the Muslims. I do think there were a lot of, shall we say, Muslim principality or types ruling territories that the British did business with, and so people saw them as sort of the side to be on. I wish Bangladesh was an Indian puppet. Hardly. Well, I know you wish it. I'm saying it, and you know the situation again more than I do, but it's very much a geographical puppet, I would say. I don't know. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. I don't know. Muslims were keen to ally with the Brits on even the societal level. Yes. I understand that the Brits used the Muslims as part of the control element for the British Raj, and of course, Azads knows and disagrees that I think it would have been nice. It would have been healthy for India to have another 20 to 40 years of enlightened British rule to just inject that bit more of Anglo culture, because there is a lot of Anglo culture injected into I was going to say British India, but into India, that I think is healthy for it, because it does make it more on part of the international stage, and I think it was healthy for India. And if India was going to be occupied by anybody, I think it was best that it was the British. Now, again, I understand Azad doesn't like anybody occupying India. I get that. But if you're going to have an occupier, I think the British were probably the best choice. So, yeah. And back to IKB's point, You still got Kaliningrad. Well, Kaliningrad's more up here. That's actually gone back to Lithuania. You have the Baltic states mess that is still a continuation of who's Russian and who's, Estonian or Lithuanian or Latvian, nationalities in here that sort of give, whether it's pretext or what language they get taught in schools, what ethnicity. Again, and everybody here, I don't care about genetics. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about language, culture, and identity. You'd say the French. Well, the French would have had a lighter touch, I do believe. But if you look at French Africa versus British Africa, I would say British Africa is doing better in most cases. So, and I would say like Jordan and Egypt are doing better than Pakistan and Algeria. Well, maybe you should have clicked there, but but I think the transmission of culture was healthy for India. So yeah, we have that, and we're still dealing with the breakup of Yugoslavia. We've got so-called Macedonia here. We have Kosovo still somewhat here, Montenegro still here. It's still dealing with the breakup of that to a degree. Got to compare Jordan, Egypt with Lebanon, Syria. Yeah, and Lebanon, Syria. I see a lot more civil wars going on here. I remember the 70s and the 80s with the very, very violent civil war going on. I would say there's a very low-grade civil war and occupation. The sort of the, how much is it Hezbollah? I keep confusing Hezbollah and Hamas. I forget which one is sort of more indigenous to Lebanon. Who's the real government in there? And then, of course, we see the ongoing civil war here. Now, we do sort of see a slightly lower grade civil war here with the Kurds up here and the Shia and the Sunni all sort of messed up in Iraq too. But this was a more direct British ruling here than it was in Iraq, as far as I can tell. So yeah. Oh, true, Lebanon wasn't a country before the French. But neither was Syria, neither was Iraq, neither was Jordan, neither was Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia was a bunch of desert nomads and a Turkish railway running down to Mecca. That's all that, and it was, this was all the, the Ottoman, all the Ottoman Empire before the British and the French. I mean, the other was the Ottoman Empire, and there was the Iranian or Persian empires. Those existed, and all these countries are just stages of breaking up of the Ottoman Empire. So yeah, and Lebanon was created as a place where the Christians could potentially have a majority, but Christian birth rates have not kept up with Muslim birth rates in Lebanon, so including before independence. So they have lost out, and it was part of the divide and rule element with going in there, is to create a pro-French Arab minority or whatever group that might actually be a majority. I don't think it ever really was, in that part of the world there, as to help keep a French foothold. Oh yeah, Saudi Arabia becomes a local creation only because... Why? Why does Saudi Arabia become a local creation? It's a power vacuum creation, not really a local creation. I wonder how Lebanon viewed themselves culturally and historically. Well, they were just part of the Levant that was occupied by the Ottomans and had been occupied by the Ottomans. Well, okay, now before the Ottomans show up, the Arabs do take over there from, because the Christian Arabs, I've known a few. Again, I don't know genetics, but some of them look back to the peoples to the original peoples here, like the Coptic Christians in Egypt consider themselves not Arabs but the ancient Egyptians. They were sort of there. Lebanese Christians are also the most Europeanized demographic in that region. Yes, of course they are. The Maronites is the group. So they just shows how bad it is to be Europeanized low. Well, again, the only reason Saudi Arabia is a local creation is because the winning tribe that was a British creation doesn't stay in the fucking deserts. They go, shit, man, the deserts are fucking hot and dry. Mecca is cool, but the deserts are fucking hot and dry. We'll take Iraq, please. Prince Faisal. Great movie if you ever watched Lawrence of Arabia. Great movie. Prince Faisal, the main leader and his tribal alliance, not just his tribe, but his tribal alliance, are the ones that famously with T.E. Lawrence or Lawrence of Arabia, are the ones that are arming up. And they're a tribe that's located sort of out in here as their sort of homeland. But they'd rather have the Tigris and Euphrates Valley, so Prince Faisal is turned into King Faisal of Iraq. So with the main British puppet leaving to go take over Iraq and migrate their tribe into Iraq, this again shows how all these countries are just European creations, including Saudi Arabia, because at the time there was no oil there, and there was sort of the cultural conflict of having Europeans control Mecca was recognized by the British. So this is sort of worthless sand, as they saw it, with a troublesome symbol of Mecca that they don't want a Christian banner, a Christian country over, sort of left that to be the empty area to run yourself, and the Sauds win there. So yes, Azad's right that it's sort of a self-creation, but it's sort of a self, hey, we're staying out, guys. We're taking it everywhere else, either directly, like Aden, or puppets, like Oman. We're taking everywhere else, but you guys out in the deserts have fun. Have fun building sandcastles if you can find enough water to harden the sand up, kind of things. And so that's why Saudi Arabia is sort of its own creation. But just in that the Europeans, because they don't know there's oil there, let that become a thing. And so, yeah. It's going to be scary, guys, or it already is. Okay, guys, well, I'm going to be ending the stream now and the episode as well. In approximately 1 hour, I will be starting over on Slytherine's channel playing Order of Battle, Allies Victorious. We're going to be continuing the D-Day invasion. If you want to catch me in an hour, so I'm going to take a break and come back. Good talking with you, Azads and Extreme Finger, Beam Slam, Tinky, Arno. Who else am I forgetting that's been actually contributing to the conversation? Yeah, all right. I guess that's mostly it. And anybody else here, thank you so much. Enjoyed hanging out with you guys. we will continue our, I'll save this again. No, not load, save. Continue our playthrough next weekend. And everything else. So, by Tinky, would you consider building a railway a political act? War Thunder definitely is tomorrow. War Thunder's tomorrow for sure. It can be a political act. Rome definitely built roads as a, again, warfare is a political act. So military bases are political act. Rome used roads as a military ability to move troops rapidly and effectively, but also trade and commerce. Not all roads were built by the army. Not all roads were built for military purposes in the Roman Empire. But it can be, but it can also just be an industrial one, like we often see in Africa, to get resources from the interior to the coast, which is, people. And right now it's a big fashion to criticize Cecil Rhodes in Britain. And that's where you get Rhodes scholars from. They're all embarrassed of being called Rhodes scholars. But Rhodes wanted to build a Cape to Cairo railway, which they've yet to still do. He was trying to do so. He wanted to have it all British and could never do so, not in his lifetime. And the British, this railway that connects here wasn't built until independence. And trying to get Zambia a railroad that didn't go through Portuguese-controlled territory or Rhodesian-controlled territory, get a way out to the ocean and whatnot, because the other way was controlled through Portugal as well. At the time, when they started working on it, at least. I don't know exactly when it was done. That railway, Rhodes was not doing it to move resources to Britain, because Cecil Rhodes, I'm sure, didn't know him, and I've not even read a biography or anything of him, knew that shipping was better and is better, and why Britain is so good. I know, IKB is going to have to go, not hear this. It is so much better than railway movements. Shipping is the best ability to move goods in the planet. It is why we have a globally connected world today, is because of shipping, not railroads. Railroads may be second, but it is firmly a second over ships. And so, yes, build the Suez canals and whatnot for sure, and railway needs to be part of building a Suez canal and whatnot. But that was a look to develop Africa, because Britain could, cover the periphery just fine with shipping and extract resources out, but he wanted to connect and develop Africa. Yeah, sure, it's from a very Eurocentric or British-centric viewpoint of the world that he wanted to do it and all, but I don't, we can talk about, and it is sub-Saharan Africa, yes. We can talk about anything outside of Ethiopia, though. There is no states, there is no development in sub-Saharan Africa without European cultural influence. Just doesn't happen. So, yeah. Okay, guys, I know that just added a little more time here, but like I say, I'll see you tomorrow for War Thunder, guys, and maybe in, if you want to earn free games from Slytherin and Matrix, show up and watch the stream, because you will get points to get free games over there.